Good evening, or I guess good day whenever you watch this. Um, all right, so we're back. We're doing more Advent of Code. Today is day 2 of 2024, and we're gonna get into it. Hopefully, this takes me less time than it did yesterday. I already did some of the project setup that I did yesterday. I just went ahead and did it ahead of time because it's not super interesting. Um, I'm doing this year in C Sharp with .NET. Uh, Nothing fancy there. .NET 9. Um, the one thing I am doing kind of differently is I'm using a new test framework called TUnit. That's relatively new. It uses the new uh, test platform, Microsoft test platform. So yeah, so that's kind of interesting. In any event, we're gonna go ahead and dive in here. So I've got my console app, which is where I'm going to actually write my solution, and then I've got my test project, which, because I'm using TUnit, the test project is basically a console app. It's just got this particular package. You'll notice it doesn't use the the specific test SDK, which is kind of interesting, something a little different. All right, let's dive into the problem. So I already have my input already set up. Oh, I don't have my input set up, but I do have the problem copied over here. Um, just for reference sake, I actually put it in the repo itself. Um, One thing I forgot to do is when I build my project, oh, there's a couple things. I don't want it to warn me about this error. So I need to put that there. And then I also want these two items. Just that way the internals of my solution are visible in my test project, and I can, when I build the solution, it also grabs my input text file and builds that to the output, because then I can read it in and actually run some tests on it. So here we go. Let's dive into day 2. So day 2 is called Red-Nosed Reports. Let me turn this music down just a little bit. It's a little loud for me. Yeah, that was a little loud. Okay, here we go. So, fortunately, the first location the historians want to search isn't a long walk from the chief historian's office. While the red-nosed reindeer nuclear While the red-nosed reindeer nuclear fusion fission plant appears to contain no sign of the chief historian, the engineers there run up to you as soon as they see you. Apparently, they still talk about the time Rudolph was saved through molecular synthesis from a single electron. Nice. They're quick to add that since you're already here, they'd really appreciate your help analyzing some unusual data from the red-nosed reactor. You turn to check if the historians are waiting for you, but they seem to have already divided into groups that are currently searching every corner of this facility. You offer to help with the unusual data. The unusual data, your puzzle input, consists of many reports, one report per line. Each report is a list of numbers called levels that are separated by spaces. So we have so each report is a list of numbers called levels that are separated by spaces. So each of these lines is a report, and then each number is a level. This example data contains 6 reports, each containing 5 levels. So, yeah, so each line is a report. The engineers are trying to figure out which reports are safe. The red nose reactor safety systems can only tolerate levels that are either gradually increasing or gradually decreasing. So a report only counts as safe if both of the following are true. Um, if both of the following are true. Sorry, I got distracted. I couldn't see the chat. Okay. Um, yeah, so a report only counts as safe if both of the followings are true. The levels are always either all increasing or all decreasing, and any two adjacent levels differ by at least one and at most three. Okay. So, in the example above, the reports can be found safe or unsafe by checking those rules. So this one right here is safe because the levels are all decreasing by 1 or 2. This one is unsafe because 2 to 7 is an increase of 5, and that's more than 3. Um, okay, so I think I see the pattern we're looking for here. So in this example, there are 2 reports are safe. Analyze the unusual data from the engineers. How many reports are safe? Okay. All right. So I think I'm going to take the same approach as I did with yesterday's. So I'm just going to copy this because this is sort of going to be pretty boilerplate across all the solutions. Because I'm going to kind of write them all with the same sort of interface. So um, get our stopwatch here. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we don't really need to worry about part 2 yet. So let's just say if part 2 new implemented exception, and then down here's where we're actually going to do the solve. So for right now, let's just say bar number of safe ports equals 0, and then we'll say the total number of safe is, and then number of safe ports. So we need to implement a parser. That's where we'll get our input. So this is kind of the same interface I'm going to use for all the solutions, where basically you can run this console app, give it any input file from Advent of Code, and then it will do the solve. And then if you pass a additional argument that's basically part 2, we will do the solution for part 2 of the problem. So what I'm gonna do? So here, let's focus on the parsing first. So this is gonna be the parsed input, which is essentially the parsed input is essentially a list of reports. So I'll just call this reports. And then we're going to need a puzzle parser. So let's go ahead and generate that class. Let's put that down below here. And this really isn't going to have any doesn't have a need for a constructor. It's just going to have a parameterless constructor. So it needs a parse method. So we'll say public Um, Actually, before we define that method, let's define the way we're going to model the reports, because this puzzle parser, the parse method, is essentially going to return a list of reports. So let's make a class called report. And the report, this class, the report is actually going to have all the solution logic in it, basically. Um, or we're going to put the logic that we need to determine whether a report is safe or not in the actual report class. So the report's going to have, we'll do a report, they'll have a primary constructor, um, which is going to be a list of ints, which is the levels. And that will be a public property, public list of int. We'll call that levels. And we'll just have a getter, we'll have an emitter, levels, like that. Oh shoot, I lost my monitors for a second there. That was weird. Okay. Okay. So next what we want to do. So we have a report, takes in some levels, and then actually we can make this private. We can actually make this private read-only field actually. So we can say private read-only list of int levels. And it can be private because we'll put all the logic to determine the safety that's going to operate on those levels within this class, and so there's no really reason to expose the levels outside of the class. Okay, so then the parser then is going to be a public method. It is going to return um, it's going to return a list of reports, a list of report, um, and parse, and it's going to take a string array, which is the lines from the input, and it's going to do something. Throw new line. Okay, so let's go ahead and now let's add some tests. So first one I'm going to do is just report tests.cs, and it's report tests, and so we have a class report tests. And then, like I mentioned earlier, I'm using this new library, a new test framework. It's called TUnit. Um, so far, so good. I haven't done a ton with it, obviously, because I've only used it once a day ago. It's got a ton of features, it looks like. Basically, can be kind of a stand-in replacement for XUnit or InUnit. Um, but the big sell around it is that it's built around this new Microsoft testing platform, which is sort of Microsoft's new um, test platform that's supposed to replace VS Test um, in the coming years. At least, I mean, I'm sure they'll continue to support VS Test for a long time, but this is kind of the new platform that they want things targeting. So um, I saw Chop Nick Nick Choppus. I think that's how you say his last name. I saw this video on his YouTube channel. Um, well, it's been a couple months now ago. Here we go. This video right here. Saw this 2 months ago or so, and I think this actually highlights um, highlights T-Unit, and he kind of goes through a demo and talks about it. But that's where I learned about it, and so that's why I decided I wanted to use it for advent of code stuff. And it actually also has an assertion library, which, I mean, you can totally use something like fluid assertions if you want. Um, but it does have an assertions library that's all async based. It's all waitable, um, which is kind of interesting, different. Uh, so yeah, pretty cool. So that's what we're going to use. So the way you do that is pretty similar to XUnit, right? You just define a class, then you define some methods, and you decorate those methods with a attribute. And so instead of fact, like in the case of XUnit, you say test, which feels a little bit more on the nose, but yeah, to each his own. So of course that's going to be an async method because the assertion's going to be, you're going to have to await the assertion. So task, and we're going to say constructor um, when called with levels initializes initializes. Well, I guess I can't really test that because when called, let's just say when called constructor when called with the require levels. I just want to make sure, I basically just want to assert the fact that the constructor takes a list of levels. So we'll say var port equals new port, and we'll just give it a list of levels using collection expression. This is a newer feature in .NET. People may be aware of it, but it's a collection expression. Um, so it's kind of, I mean, it kind of looks like you're writing like JavaScript, where you're just defining an array or a list in JavaScript with these square brackets. But it's kind of handy way of declaring a collection, um, because as long as the compiler, or as long as the compiler can infer what the target type is, um, it will just take care of initializing that collection in the most optimal way. So yeah, so that's that. Um, it's kind of a dumb test now that I'm writing it because there's really no. I was thinking I could actually check the levels are initialized correctly, but I made them a private field, so it's kind of a dumb test. So let's just go ahead and remove that. Actually, we'll add tests here for when we're doing the logic check to figure out if a report is safe or not. So let's let's leave this uh, test class empty for now, and let's create a test class for our parser, and that's what we'll actually implement. So we'll say puzzle parser test cs namespace going to be red nose report dot test class puzzle parser s. And the first thing we'll want to test is public async task again, because we got to await the assertion, and so almost every test method is going to be async. We're going to say parse. We're going to say when given input, it should list of not test list of. This is basically just we just wanted to make sure that this parse method hands back takes an array of strings that represent the report in an unstructured way and return to us the structured reports. So what do we want to do here? So what we want to do is we want to say, let's actually declare a private field up here. So private read-only puzzle parser. That's going to equal the puzzle parser new, and this is purely just so that we can um, because this puzzle parser is stateless at this point, so we're just going to make use of the same parser on in all the tests that we're going to do. So then we're going to say we basically want to give it some data, um, and then verify it gives us back the list of reports. So let's create an array of strings using this sample input. So we'll say var input equals new string array, and we're going to actually initialize that to something. And you could also use that collection expression initialization. So if you did a target type for your variable like this, then you could actually use that collection expression. So we could do this. This is a little nicer. So now what we'll do is we'll actually just copy these, put them over here. Some tabs here. Duplicate our cursor, save ourselves some time. Okay. So theoretically, this is what the input our parser should get from our program, because our program's just going to read all the lines of the file. So that's going to be this is our example input, and then the result is going to be after we feed that through our parse method, that like so. And then we basically just want to make sure that what we get back is um, the expected list of reports. So I think what we can do is we can say await assert, and this is the TUnit library. So this is kind of the entry point. They use the assert and like a static class, and then dot that, and then from there you're gonna pass it in the thing you're wanting to perform your assertion on, and then off the that method is where you get all those different assertions like you would in Fluent assertions or the standard MS test um, assert library. So await assert dot that, and then I think what we'll do is is equivalent to, and it should be equivalent to a list of reports. And then what we can do is we can essentially just create a list of reports using this new report class, and then just passing it the numbers we expect. That. And it wants us to use the shorter mu syntax, even better. And we'll just copy that several times. Should be 6 of them, I think, right? Yeah, 6 of them. We're missing some commas. Put those in there, and then we just need to make sure we have the right numbers. I'm sure somebody programming and then is watching me do this in VS Code, and it is cringing. But I know no faster way. I'm sure there's a faster way to do this with multiple cursors and stuff, but this is fine for now. It's just 6 lines. Make it work. So this just gets the data essentially. This is just parsing, right? This is just getting the data into taking it from strings in a file and a text file to structured data in the .NET world, right? That's all we're doing here. Just parsing it into some classes that have a shape that we can work with. And I wonder, I didn't even look at my actual input, my puzzle input. Let's look at that real quick, because I'm actually wondering if it follows the same rules that there's only 5 of these. So let's take a look at that. What's the oh, so they're varying lengths, but it doesn't look like they actually go more than maybe 8. Fairly small numbers. Okay, so that's not a big deal because we're just taking a list of ints, so we can do whatever we need once we get the list of ints here. So let's go ahead and run this test. It should fail. I'm trying to practice good habits too. Um, that's for me. That's kind of the whole part of doing advent of code is one, it's fun, but also just to get practice at solving problems and trying to do it in a way that builds good development habits. So I'm trying to practice some test-driven development here. And I was having trouble with VS Code discovering my tests last night. We'll see if it gives me the same trouble tonight. I'm honestly probably pushing my little computer here between streaming and also coding probably beyond its ideal limits. I had some errors. No, there shouldn't be any errors. Um, it's taking a long time to build. Maybe maybe I'm running thin on resources here on my machine. There we go. Guess I didn't need to rebuild the whole solution probably. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's no errors. So let's refresh the test again. There we go. Okay, so this should fail. Because this parse method should just throw a not implemented exception. So that's going to be our red light. And then we'll go try to implement the logic and um, get a green light. Yep, there we go. Okay, so let's actually implement this. This actually shouldn't be too difficult. All we need to do is split the lines, essentially. So we could probably do this in, we could probably do this an expression body and just say lines dot select, and then we'll say L dot split, and then we can say right. Yeah, because we're splitting the line. Oh no, do we need to do select mini? Uh, what would this give us? Two lists, that would return us just a list of strings. Okay, let's not try to do this one line, because this is confusing me. So we'll say for each var line in lines, right? And then we're gonna say var levels. No, because the line is a report, right? So we're gonna say var numbers equal line dot split, and we'll just split on nothing, or you can split on a space actually. And then we can say select int dot parse, and that should give us two lists. So that should give us a list of ints. And then we just new up a new report, pass in the numbers, and then we can actually do var ports. And again, I'm not sure what people prefer, so you could do var report equal new list of report like this. But then if you don't mind having all of this over here, you can do the collection expression like that, which is actually kind of nice. I don't know. I personally use implicit types a lot with my variables, so I just kind of got used to doing it this way. Kind of preference, I guess. So then we can do reports dot add new report, and then we just need to return. Let's reports. Which I think we can do all of this in one line, right? I think we could actually do this like, not that we need to do it in one line, but I think the public list of report parse string lines, and then I think what we could do is we could say lines dot select, and then we get the line, and then from here we put this over here and we say L into L dot split, right? The same thing. And then we say select dot parse and then dot to list. Why wouldn't that work? Oh, and then this should be new. Right? Oh, and then we need to convert this to a list. To this. It wants us to use so we can use the collection expression. We can do that same thing here. This is kind of ugly. This is honestly uglier. I feel like, I mean, it's much more terse, but I feel like it's a little bit harder to see what the heck we're doing here. Yeah, so I'm just gonna stick with my for each loop. It's cleaner. To me, it's cleaner. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to our test and let's rerun it. And I'm hoping it passes. I am doing day 2. Thank you for trying to thanks for trying to send some people my way. Um, not logged in. I thought I was logged in. So I'm not logged into the chat. I'll fix that. Eldon? Is that how you say it? Eldon? Yeah. You don't see it. I don't see it much either. We use the place I work at's primarily a .NET shop, and so um, that's why I picked it. And I like C sharp, nice language. I think especially modern C sharp. I think .NET and C sharp kind of get a bad rap probably overall, but um, the modern stuff's not too bad. Uh, yeah. So this is day 2. Okay, so I've got my puzzle parsed now. Um, and so now what I need to do is I actually just need to figure out if each report is safe and then count the safe ones. So that's where I'm going to do that. I'm actually going to do that logic inside this report class, um, because the report has a reference to the levels, and so I can just loop over the levels and do all the checks I need right in there. So let's go ahead and I think we'll just have a method in here that's like public uh, turns a bool, and we'll just call it is safe, right? Not bad. Oh, nice. Very cool. Yeah, yeah. I'm based near Kansas City, and so from what I understand, Kansas City is kind of a .NET town, um, and Java too. But it seems like geography has a lot to do with what languages people use in this world, or at least in the corporate world. Uh, but yeah, I also started trying to learn Rust over Thanksgiving break. I'm like a couple chapters into the Rust programming language book. It's just pretty good. Um, and I like TypeScript. I like JavaScript. I'm not a big Python guy. That's the one language that I've tried to. I can write it, but I don't care to. That's the one that just hasn't quite taken. Um, oh, you've been doing a bit of code in Rust. Nice. Yeah, that was kind of the idea when I started to learn it over Thanksgiving break. I thought maybe I can maybe I can like get up to speed enough where I could actually do it. And then on what was it, Sunday? No, Saturday, I made the executive decision that while I'm enjoying learning it, it may not be the most productive uh, things to try. Maybe next year. Maybe I'll try next year. But yeah, that's awesome that you're doing it. That's very cool. All right, so what do we do? So how do we determine if something is safe? Um, well, let's go ahead and let's just right now, let's just return everything is safe. Let's just return true for now. And then let's head over to our report test here. And what are we going to do? Public class. or no, not public class, async class um, is safe. And let's just say when not safe, or when not safe, it should return false. And let's actually, they've got a couple different conditions for when it's unsafe. So if they're not all increasing or all decreasing, then it's not safe. So let's just test for that to begin with. Um, so we'll say when all levels are not are when all levels are not increasing, should return false. Let's do decreasing because that's the one it gives in the examples. When all levels are not decreasing. Ah, nice. Java and .NET. Very cool. Yeah, I love coffee. I really love coffee. Um, and it's kind of funny. I've never written a line of Java. Um, I wrote, yeah, I wrote C sharp in college a little bit for a couple programming courses I took as electives. I didn't go to school for computer science. I went to or software engineering, anything like that. I went to school for biochemistry, but I took a couple programming classes as electives and really loved it. And C sharp was what they taught there. Um, and then I basically didn't for a long time. I didn't ever program or code again until I got hired at the place where I work at now, and I picked up JavaScript, um, and then found my way back to .NET along the way. Uh, but yeah, I always find it funny because I'm like, I love coffee. I feel like Java should be the perfect language, so I just need to give it a shot. Probably it seems like you see all the jokes on the internet about like C sharp being like kind of like a Microsoft knockoff of Java. So I feel like if I have picked up C sharp and feel comfortable with it, I could probably pick up Java um, and be comfortable. But it just gets to that point where you kind of you're kind of comfortable in something, you know it well enough, um, and they seem like C sharp and Java seem kind of like equivalent. So it's like, well, I know one. I think that's why like I chose to start trying to learn Rust because it felt like something different, right? It felt like it was more of like another level of another layer down the stack, so to speak. Um, because I had never really programmed anything like C or C++. So doing that kind of having to deal with like base or having to think about like lower level concepts, did a little bit of Java back in the day. Nice. Oh, Perl. Very cool. Yeah, like all those languages to me always they twist me up trying to read Perl or like Lisp. Um, any of those languages are kind of they just feel foreign to me. But I'm sure once you write them, right? Like you write them, you read it enough, and then it starts to make sense. I think when I first saw people talking about Rust or posting about Rust on like on Twitter, it looks scary. But now, after spending 4 or 5 days in a row reading, writing, reading about it, it doesn't. The syntax now doesn't look as scary, I guess. Um, okay, so what are we doing here? So we're doing decreasing. Okay, so let's make our report. Or let's make our levels. So our var. Let's just make our report. Var report equals new report, and that's just going to take a list of levels. Um, and we'll just give it this. Yeah, that's like uh one of the if you write .NET, I was kind of saying earlier that like the more modern .NET feels pretty I don't know, feels nice. Like a lot of people, I feel like have a bad taste in their mouth about it from years past, but the modern stuff I feel like is really it's really nice to work with. Has a lot of ergonomics. This is one of the and this feature is one of um the newer features that I like about is this collection initializer, this collection expression. Um, yeah, I use this all the time. Uh, what'd you say? It's possible. It's possible to write very readable, but it's also a language. Nice, nice. Yeah, it lends itself well to writing code that's impossible to decipher 10 minutes after you finish it. Yeah, I feel like maybe that's what that might be how I write code all the time. Yeah. That is a very bizarre feeling of working on something and really understanding it, and then you set it down for a few months, or a year or something. And especially if you're like still developing a lot, like you're learning and you're kind of trying different things, and then you come back to it and you're like, what the hell was I thinking? Either because like stylistically it's not right, or you just don't you kind of lost the domain knowledge, right? You spent so it made total sense at the time when you held it all in your head at one time, and then it just flies flies away on you. Um, okay, so then what am I expecting here? I'm expecting that if I assert that the report is safe to be is equal to false. And I think right now that's not true. So let's just make one of these increasing. So 9. I think right now this should fail. If this thing ever builds. This should fail. Yeah. And that's because I'm not doing anything. So what do I need to do? So I think what I want to start with is I think I just I think I'm just gonna have a boolean that just is safe. I'm gonna set that to true. That's the default, and I'll just return that. And then here I'm gonna loop over my levels. And then in here I'll do all my stuff. Um, but I think I want to keep track of I basically want to keep track of the direction because I don't know the direction until I make at least 2 passes. So I think I'll set this as just var direction, and I'm just gonna set that to unknown for now. Whoops. And this happens to me all the time. Single quotes, double quotes. Um, I always pick the wrong one. I think I'm just gonna make a static class. Call it direction. Just that way I don't have to work with strings. And I'm just going to say public string, and I'm going to say unknown equals known. Just stick with the capital. Increasing public string decreasing. And I think instead of a for each loop, I think I'm actually going to use just a standard for. That way I can have a reference to the first element and the next. Right? Yeah. But I don't want to loop over the end. So actually, do I need this? I think so. Let's just for now, let's just say I need it. And we'll say for r I equals 0, I is less than levels dot count I plus plus. So we'll say our current equals levels I, and our next is going to be levels 1. Do I actually want to stop early? I think I actually want to stop early. I think I want to stop count minus 1. So I don't want to worry about indexing past the end. Because even if I do this, that means I should stop looping at 2. But I'm gonna go ahead and grab a reference of 1. So I should be able to still make a determination. So the first thing I need to do is I need to figure out if it's increasing or decreasing. So if direction is unknown, we're at the very beginning. This is our first pass. And so what we want to do is we want to say if current is less than next, right? If current is less than next. Well, actually, the direction actually doesn't matter first. Like, we still need to do this, but I actually think we can actually bail even earlier because Well, let's just focus on we're focusing on that one particular case because we could probably bail earlier than this because they're invalid if there's a delta that's too much, right? Yeah, so if they differ, if any adjacent level differs by at least one and at most two, right? So if they're equal to each other, then it's unsafe. If the delta is greater than three, then it's unsafe. We could bail, and that's agnostic of direction. But the test I'm writing at the moment is specifically dealing with when all levels are not decreasing, right? So to get this to pass, I want to see if the current is less than the next. So if the current is, or no, let's do if next is greater than current, then it's the direction is increasing, right? And if otherwise the direction is wait, how is this helping me? Is that helping me by knowing that? Right? Is that helping? I don't know if that's helping. Well, yeah, it is because that's setting the direction the first time through the loop. If the second time through the loop, we're not going to hit here. So then we can check the direction again, and we can say if direction is direction dot increasing, we can say, so at this point, right, we've been through at least once. We're on the second pass at this point, and what we're saying is we're saying at this point we know the direction's already increasing, so it has to continue to increase. Um, so what we should check for here is we should check to say um, if direction is increasing, we can actually return here, right? So if direction is increasing and next is less than current, then it's an unsafe report, right? Because we were heading up and now we've come to a point where the next value isn't going up. And then we can also do a check for the other direction, and we can say if direction is direction dot decreasing and next is greater than current, then we can return false as well. And I think actually this we can clean this check up, right? So we could probably say something like we could actually say something like var is next greater than current. And then what we could do is we could just say we could just invert this and say is next. So if direction is increasing and is next greater than current. Actually, I'm not a fan of the bang operator. I think it's harder to read. But that's false, right? So if is next greater than current is false, well then we're no longer increasing. And if we're decreasing, and this happens to be the case, then we're false. So I think what we can do is we can actually not have that bool that we're like and just handle all the returns early. So by default, we'll always return through unless we bail early in the loop. Oh, and we also need to continue here, right? So when it comes to determining if they're all increasing or all decreasing, we can't make that determination without at least one pass. So we actually need to pass over it once to figure out which direction it's going and then continue on. Because if we don't continue here, we're going to fall through to these if statements and then we're going to be evaluating this when we shouldn't be evaluating this until the second iteration, I think. So I think this is gonna get this to pass. I think. Yeah. Awesome. I love it when like my talking and my making sense of things actually works. It's a good feeling. Um, okay, so then we should probably test the inverse, and we should say, okay, if they are all decreasing, it should return true. So let's just um, I could probably actually parameterize this test. I think TUnit supports that, or we can actually do like yeah, data-driven tests, like just like XUnit does. But I think we'd need to use class. So the class data source is used in instantiating new classes as parameters to your tests. The attribute takes a generic type argument, which is the type of data you want to inject. Excuse me. The way XUnit does this is it basically yields an I enumerable of object. But I'm not sure I understand type of. Yeah, that's kind of how XUnit does. Argument. But I wonder if this supports complex types. Compile time known data can be compile time known data. Yeah, so I wouldn't be able to do, I think, heap allocated like complex types. I don't think it would support that. I don't understand this though. I don't really understand I think what I probably would want to do is this method data source, but I'm not gonna. I probably spend more time figuring that out than just copy and pasting this. Um, when all levels are decreasing, it should return true. Which is actually the case. Right here. And this is just telling me that, yeah, I don't like that warning, so I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to turn that off in the CS Garage. That's okay. So let's rebuild this. I'm expecting this test to pass. I heard the two to this was actually kind of, yeah, MS Test for .NET Test. Yeah, T-Unit's brand new. So for this is I just started using it for Advent of Code, or at least it's relatively new. I mean, I don't even think I think they're still in pre-release. Um, but it's supposed to be built around this new testing platform that Microsoft's been working on to basically replace VS Test. Um, so that was the reason I that's the reason I chose to use it for Advent of Code, was just to try to experience something new. Um, uh, so yeah, I'm a noob when it comes to TUnit. I usually use XUnit myself. That's kind of been the one I favored. I know a lot of people also like InUnit. That seems to be super popular. Um, oh, you did this last night? Yeah, I did problem one yesterday. It was like 11:30 or midnight when I finished it, and the next puzzle was already out, and I was like, ah, I'm not gonna start another one. Um, but you're right. It is interesting to see how other people solve problems. That's actually one of my favorite reasons to watch people like YouTube videos and streams, is just to. I think it teaches me a lot. Like just gives me new different ways to look at things, different ways to see things. Um, okay, so this should be true. I'm hoping this will work. Yep. Okay, and then let's check decreasing. So let's check the same idea, but with increasing values. I think they gave us an example of this. This last one, they gave us an example. So I can get that from over here. So I think if I do, like, if I did like 6, if I did 4 here, now they're not all increasing. Half the stuff I learned from watching dev streams is from seeing. Oh, nice. Very cool. Yeah, that's awesome. So it's kind of like like watching people stream is a way to almost do like pair programming in a lot of ways, which is pretty cool. That's a cool way to approach it. Which I don't my I work on the quality team where I work, so I don't actually do a lot of like implementation. Um, Most of the code I write for work is automated testing. Um, with us with a few side projects and tools and things like that. Um, interesting. So what what I was trying to say is I don't get to do a lot of pair programming with people, so I can see how that's actually one of the big benefits for me with AI is like AI has kind of been like a nice way to have kind of a built-in pair programmer when you need one, right? You can kind of poke at it, use it as a rubber duck. Um, but watching people stream would be a great way to simulate the same thing. Um, yeah, that's interesting. It's the pair programming thing seems to be kind of a cultural. Maybe it's not cultural. Maybe it's more leadership driven. Like if the person in charge of the devs finds value in it, then they kind of push for it or not. I don't. That just yeah, it's not really a thing for the developers I work with at work either. It's kind of a solo. They program is more like kind of like a solo sport aside from like reviews or like more technical discussions like architecture things. Um, but the actual implementation seems to be very much a one man a one man journey into the wilderness. Um, okay, so let's these tests. I think these tests will be covered under the logic that I have so far. And I think this one will be too. Okay, cool. So that covers increasing and decreasing. Now I just need to account for the deltas. Um, so I think what I can do to account for the deltas, let's actually set those tests up. Yeah, yeah, I guess I could see the inefficiency. Yeah, I mean, I feel like when the when the problem has a very clear path, right? Has a very, I guess when the problem space is well known and there's kind of a clearly established pattern for whatever it is maybe you're implementing, maybe it doesn't make sense to pair program there because a lot of the answers a lot of the answers to your questions can be found without taking up the time of another human being. Um, but I feel like if you're in like we're doing some stuff with AI, um, and so we've been having a lot of just conversations just about kind of that problem space. What does it look like? How would we put the pieces together? Um, and then I feel like that would and that's more from a high level perspective, but I feel like once a developer gets in there and actually starts doing the implementation, it might be helpful to have somebody riding shotgun, right? Just one for just the purpose of helping solve the problem, but also just some knowledge transfer too for new things like that, for new areas. Um, but yeah, I sort of feel like it's probably it's like with any tool, right? There's a time and place for it. Probably it can be overused, right? Where every task becomes a two-person task. um, but yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, like like I said, like I don't have a lot of paid experience, but definitely a lot of experience just writing my own work. Building my own projects and things. Um, and I would agree with that. Yeah, I'm not usually slowed down by how fast I can type. It's normally like, can I clearly define the problem? Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I feel like it has benefits. Yeah, yeah. It's like any time uh, you start saying you should always do something, right? or never do something is probably a time to check your thinking. Um, okay, so what was I doing here? I'm going to set my next set of cases to cover the my next set of cases is going to be um, when the change is too great, it should return false. Um, when the change is too great, too small, I'm going to say small, and then I should probably say large up here. And this should also be false. And then they gave us some example problems. This is one. This is too large of too large of a change. And then this is too small of a change. So there's basically no change. Yeah, I'm thinking now that I'm thinking about the math here, there's probably a way to just do the delta. Right? You could just always calculate, like you could always do next minus current. Keep a keep track of a total. The total always goes. There's probably a way to just do this with math instead of doing all this direction logic here, probably. In any case, let's do if. Because I have to do that math anyways, right? Because so it's kind of silly to be doing a comparison. Well, let's solve it and then maybe we refactor it, make it a little simpler. Um, okay, so we basically want to calculate the delta. And it just needs to be absolute right now. And I'm just going to do next minus current. So in this world, if the delta if the delta is greater than 3, or I can do that, or delta is less than 1, turn false. And at that point, it doesn't really matter what the direction is, right? We need to see that check up front. I think that'll make all my tests pass. But I think there's some math I can do here. That's basically if I take into account the sign, so if I do next minus current, and it's decreasing, 4 minus 6 is -2, right? 4 minus 6, yeah, it's -2. So if it's decreasing, then it's always going to be negative. Um, I think I still have to keep track of the direction though on each iteration though. Because I sort of have to know what the previous, so I either need to keep track of the direction or I need to keep track of a previous total and a new total. But I sort of have to know what the results were. Okay, let's run all these. I'm expecting all of them to pass. I'm hoping they all pass. Nice, they all pass. Okay. So, yeah, I think there's some math here I can do where I can basically say if next is current, I need to know the sign. Yeah. Okay, so if I do, I think I'm just going to put a little to do. I think again, this calculates delta and use that. But first I want to just see if it solves the input. So let's go. I haven't copied my puzzle input. You know what I didn't think about? Does my loop work with, so like that, that. So as long as I stop at, if I stop here, stop here. Yeah, so I think it should work with, okay. So let's go ahead. Yeah, so this gives me what I need because this lets me decide if a report is safe. And then in my program, let me pull this into, separate files. And these guys need namespaces. Okay. So now the number of reports is pretty straightforward because I can just say bar, or I can just say reports dot count, and the delegate can just be r dot is safe. Yeah. All right, let's start running. Is it gonna blow up? Is it gonna work? I'm hoping it works. 407. This seems reasonable. Hey, there we go. It's always nice when you get the gold star. Okay, so let's what I want to do. I want to add a test for that basically. Um, I want to add a test for the input file. Is what I want to do. So I think I'm just going to put this in the report test. It's not. I mean, it's not really. I mean, it is this is safe method holds all that logic. So I'm gonna set it. I'm just gonna do it in there. So let's go to yesterday's solver. And we're basically gonna do the same kind of thing here. Test. So we don't need these guys. And this is just going to turn a list of reports. When given all I don't even know what I call this. When given puzzle input, it should return expected. Should return expected count. It really should go in a separate class, is what it should. I mean, it really. Almost like an integrate. It really is almost like an integration. We're trying to test the whole program. R equals get awaits get puzzle list count equals reports dot count dot is safe, and then wait search at count. Oops, such a slow typer. Count dot is equal to 407. I just like adding a test for the actual solution, the whole solution. 30 seconds till day three. Nice. Thank you for the reminder. I made it to day 14 last year, um, and then just got bogged down, fell off. I fell so far behind. It took me so many days to solve some of the each one as we got deeper into the days that I just fell behind. So my goal this year is to at least get past day 14. Um, let's see. Let's make sure this works. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And it still bugs me a little bit. I know there's a more elegant way probably to do this. I should be able to refactor. I got my test now, so I should be able to do this pretty confidently. So, um, I need the delta with the sign, right? Because I'm basically going to compare it to 0 to figure if it's going up or down. Um, but I'm not sure that's any different than what I'm already doing, right? Because I still have to get the delta, and then the delta is basically going to be used here. So I don't I don't think there's much of a benefit to actually refactoring this really. So I think I'm still gonna have to do it the same way. Hmm. I'm satisfied. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna go on to part two. Okay, let's go to part two here. So let's go and let's update our problem. I heard this was actually, or I saw on Blue Sky people talking about part two being tough or whoops, taking more time than what they had. So we shall see if it bests me. These things are fun though to me. Like my father-in-law, he likes to do like classic tabletop puzzles to pass the time. But for me, this is kind of the same thing. Like it's enjoying being able to kind of sit back and just solve a problem um and get to do it with code, right? It's just which probably is kind of like takes a little bit of a weird person to want to do that and find enjoyment from it, but I mean, it's all problem solving, right? Whatever medium it takes, that's what we're doing. We're just practicing our problem solving skills. Okay. So I think what it's going to have us do, it looks like, is it's going to have us amend our logic for is safe. So the engineers are surprised by the low number. This is part two. Let me make this a little bigger. The engineers are surprised by the low number of safe reports until they realize they forgot to tell you about the problem dampener. You like that? I think more people need a problem dampener. And Eldon, thanks so much for chatting, man. Thank you, Eldon. Chatting. The streaming by yourself is just kind of a weird experience, you know. But whenever you get people that stop in and talk, it's kind of cool. It's kind of fun to see that. Okay, back to the part two. The problem dampener is a reactor mounted module that lets the reactor safety systems tolerate a single bad level in what would otherwise be a safe report. It's like the bad level never happened. Now, the same rules apply as before, except when removing a single level from an unsafe report would make it safe, the report instead counts as safe. More of the above examples reports are now safe. So this is safe without removing any levels. Safe by removing the second level. Safe by removing the third level. Safe without removing any levels. So do the specifics matter? Right? It's like you're just checking and you're saying, oh, this failed the checks. So it's almost like if it, I'm guessing, this sounds like something a lot of people would do recursively. Um, it seems like something people would solve recursively. I can, in my head, I'm imagining someone's passing this list of levels and doing some sort of recursive check with a base check. But I think with the way I solved it in this very like procedural code, I think I might have to change breaking out of the loop. Because basically what I'm thinking is what I'm basically thinking of is like this case here where current is 1 and next is 3. So that would pass. And then on this next turn, it's going to fail. And so what you would Yeah, I feel like there's a recursive I feel like there's a recursive solution here where you're walking, but I feel like I'm not smart enough to I'm just looking at this case here. But I wonder if I just want a different method. Like, is safe with problem dampener. Because I think if I try to pass in a switch here, that's going to get messy. So let's just make a new method. Now I'm going to call it is safe with is safe with problem dampen, right? And then like this iteration is gonna pass, right? Yeah, that iteration is gonna pass, and then this next iteration is gonna fail. But I guess what we should do is that we should move the current back one level and check again. Does it succeed? Let me just this one's this one's probably gonna take me a minute to figure out because there's probably like a right way to do this that I'm gonna watch or read about somewhere. But the way I'm gonna accomplish it is probably gonna be more work than is necessary. So let's just go down here and we'll say test public base is safe with problem damn and safe with win safe without that should return safe. So this it should return safe, but it's not going to. It's going to return false. Couldn't fail. Oh, Oh, whoops. I didn't use the right method. But regardless, it should return true and it's returning false. And it's doing that because of that check when the current is 3 and the next is 2. Um, and so what do I want to say here? So what I want to do instead is I basically want to move. I want to basically walk this list, right? So like if I get here, if I get to this point and it fails, there's I should try removing 3 and seeing if it still works. But I should also try removing 2, I think, and seeing if it still works. So how would I do that? Without having to do like a bunch of weird checks where I have to figure out am I at the end of the list, am I at the beginning of the list? This definitely should be solved using some sort of walking or back, almost like a backtracking. I think the way I set this up, I don't think I can really do that. Can I? I don't know. Maybe I can. I don't really want to mutate the levels though. I mean, I guess what I could do is I could actually do like So maybe this is where I say is safe. Let me say var is safe equals true. That's the default case. And then we say if we get here, hold on, maybe maybe this is where it does make more sense to have some math. Oh, this guy this guy has me a little stumped. I will admit. It just has me stumped on how I want to go about doing it. Let's remove, just for the sake of thinking. All right, one tick. Yeah, I mean, this one, I appreciate that feigned interest. I really do appreciate that because I feel at some points like I don't know where to start. Um, but basically, the way I'm thinking about this is I don't want to have to keep track of like the pointers, and I don't want to have to think so much about that because that's what like I'm kind of. But the way I'm doing it right now is I'm basically looking at, two at a time, right? I'm looking at this level and that level, current level and the next level, and I'm using that, right? So what I really need to do is just figure out, okay, well, if I have these two levels and it fails, um, I basically want to take one of those levels. I basically want to take one of those levels out, which just means I want to perform the same evaluation again, but instead of performing it with 3 and 2, I want to perform it with 1 and 2. And if that works, I think I can move on. But if it doesn't work, then I want to see if comparing 2 and 1 doesn't work, then because there's basically a number of options here, right? So I think it's like four. Four. So 1, 3, 2, 4, and 5. So for instance, in this case, I 1 and 3 work. Like so 1 and 3 works, but 3 and 2 does not work. So it's at this situation where I need to do additional evaluation. And so I think the first thing I want to do is I want to say, does does 1 to 2, right? And that works. And is that enough, just doing that one, or do I also need to account for, like, what if I removed 2, right? And then I would be asking the question, okay, if I remove 2, yeah, if I remove 2, I already know 1 and 3 work. So then it's 3 and 4. So it's really just asking the question, if the current and the next don't work, I should figure out if the next and current minus 1 work. If that works, great, we can move on. And if it doesn't work, then I want to figure out if current plus 1 current and next plus 1 work. I think that's what I want to do. That's just a lot of pointers to keep track of, and it's a lot of making sure that you don't walk off the end of the, which is kind of annoying. But I think what I can do is I can just create new report objects. Yeah, I think I can just create new. I haven't wrote any code in the last like 30 minutes. I think what I can do is I still need to do this logic because I still need to figure out if current and next work. So but I also need to know the current direction. Do I need to know the current direction? So do I need to move this into a new method? Maybe do like a private oh, is safe. Maybe I extract this out even to another, and I say something like, and I just have next, oh, next, next, current string direction. And then it's this piece of logic here that kind of has me twisted up because this is kind of contextual to that looping. And at this point, I'm not really making a determination about. I'm not really making a determination about if it's safe. I'm just figuring out. I'm thinking this is why I need to like just have a total and yeah. So let's just pull this out for a sec and let's just say we're not going to do this direction thing. And let's just say we're doing a total. Like total level change or something like that. That's what it represents. Um, and the level change um, the, the level change is the delta basically, right? So if the change at this point we don't care if the change is outside of these thresholds. It's not safe. But it could be safe because we're looking at the levels, right? And And then I don't think we need this check. Maybe we never needed this check, but it's a little clearer to me now that maybe we don't need that because we can say if the total level change, so we'll just say total level change is this delta, right? And so then at this point we can check is this going, is this increasing, right? So are we going 1 to 3? That's a gain of 2, right? So if the total level change is above 0, it's increasing. Total level change is greater than 0. But we sort of have to know the before and after. I still feel like there's this aspect of needing to know the states. The frustration is setting in. Let's just keep pursuing this thought, right? So I mean, after we calculate the delta, we know which way we're going. We know if we're going up, we know if we're going down. Um, Now, the question is, if I know I'm going up, let's say I'm just going up, like for instance, if I'm going up here, right, because total change is above 0, and 0 is where we started. So if I'm going up, and the delta is negative, right? It's like, so if I'm going up and the delta is less than 0, well, I know there's a problem, right? And if it's the inverse, where total level change is less than 0 and delta is above 0, then but see, this doesn't tell us the direction. It just tells it what it is. So we have to know the previous, which is sort of what that direction check is giving us. But I need to be able to do it without skipping. Right? I need to be able to do it without skipping a loop. I mean, continue is the same thing as true in this example, right? That's basically what it is. It's but then I need to be able to set the direction. So maybe maybe I could have a private method that returns whether it's safe and the direction. Does that seem weird? Because I guess what I'm thinking is if I have one method that determines if the current and next is safe, then when the current and next isn't safe, I can move my current and next and then recheck. Is what I think. Oh man, this one's got me a little twisted up. And I don't feel like it should. I feel like this should have a very easy, straightforward way to accomplish this. And I know it's some sort of recursive, iterative track through the list. Um, that as soon as I'm done solving this, I'm gonna go watch somebody else's solution that's elegant and effortless. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna have a private um, string direction bool. It is safe. It is safe. And then oh, how about check if safe, something like that. Because I already have it is safe. So it's basically this logic here. And this is going to be int next int current. How about int current int next string current direction that, and then we're going to have a var is safe equals true. And we're always going to return is safe. And all our references to direction become current direction. This is going to be return direction and false. This, under unknown, we're just going to return var new direction from new direction and true. It's kind of a that's kind of a unique, or no, we're not going to return. We're just going to return it as I don't like reassigning variables, so I'm just gonna print direction false. I don't really ever want to change the direction. Except when it comes in unknown. But if it comes in unknown and it's not safe, then I just want to bail out. God, I don't even know if I'm making any sense at this point. Which means that so this can all go away. Because then the idea is we'll say var result equals check if safe, and we'll pass it the current, next, and the direction, which is the current direction. I think this check is kind of redundant, right? Yeah, I don't even think I need this. Which in case if I don't need that, why do I return? This is probably not very interesting to watch me struggle through this, but um, I think I'm at this point where I don't think I need this. I think this can go down here, right? Because the first time this comes in, it's not going to hit. The first time we come in here, it's always going to be unknown. If it's not increasing, if it's not decreasing. No, because we don't want to always do this. So I think I do need that. Okay, never mind. Let's not get distracted here. Let's just focus on what we do here, right? So if the check is safe, then we should, if result dot is safe, then we should just say direction equals result dot is direction, and we should just continue. And then if it's not safe, we need some other flag to indicate if we've removed a level or not, right? Var levels removed starts at 0. And so what we'll say is levels if levels removed if it is 1, we can just return false, right? Because we've essentially checked it. If we've checked if it's safe and it still isn't safe and levels removed as 1, then we need to return false. Otherwise, we can try to do the checking. God, this is so messy. This is not good. This is not good. Yeah, because like if it if it's not safe, can't move on, and we can't. I think I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be. Because couldn't at this point I do something like, let's say var levels without current equals levels dot this mutates it, right? Remove. So we could say does this return a new list? C sharp list dot mutate. This is going to create a new list. And then we're going to say remove at I. Then we can say oh shit. I don't think I need this private method. Or do I? Because what I'm thinking is, like, if I can just create a new report with the remove thing and then check, is it safe? Problem is I don't want to mutate this. I don't want to mutate the reference that the report holds. That's the problem. That's the problem. Oh boy. I'm stuck. I don't know if I'm making any headway actually at all. This is exactly what I didn't want to do, but here I am. I mean, the idea here is I basically want to be able to say, you know, I'm at 3 current. I checked current with this guy, and now current needs to go to 2, and next needs to go to 4. So I don't think so maybe I don't need to go up by 2. Because I'm just checking if it's safe. Current. Back to 1. Checks it against the next. It's cool. It's fine. So now I just need to move everything 1 place. I think I just need to increment these by a place. Level removed. It's increased. We just did it. And then we just keep. Because if the current index. If the current index is not 0, then we can try to remove the current. And if removing the current works, we can carry on. Otherwise, if the current next index, right? So let's say the 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's say we're 4. So if we're here, so as long as, let's say that's 3, next index is 3. I feel like part of me is overcomplicating it, but maybe. I feel like there's a situation where Like, what if 4-4 was at the very beginning here? 4-4. Like, let's say, I feel like I have to check both. Oh, it's nesting. I hate it. I think it's like, otherwise it's 10 falls. Oh no, I think it's down here when I fall. Otherwise, return true. Mm. I honestly have no idea if this works. I don't need this for loop anymore. So if the levels, oh, this needs to be false. They're so convoluted. But let's see if I can let me just kind of try to explain my thinking here, right? So I'm using a while loop so I can have a little bit more control over the indexes. The current index is going to start at 0. I'm going to keep track of the levels that we've removed, and the direction, the current index, the next index, and the last index, the last possible index. So the first thing we'll do is we'll get the current level and the next level. And the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to check if those are safe. When we get that back, we're going to see if it is indeed safe. If the result is safe, then we're going to set the direction to the current direction, to the direction we got back from the check, which is the only time we need to do this, right? We're just doing this the very first time, if it is safe. Um, Does that make sense? Yeah, it makes sense. Because I might be at the beginning. I don't want to remove the middle. Um, if levels removed. Okay, so yeah, so if then we'll set it. Current index is plus plus. Next index gets increased, then we continue the loop. If levels removed is 0, then we're going to try, then we want to see if we can possibly retry our check, but remove the current. Um, which now that I'm saying that, remove the current seems I think I might be overcomplicating this. Let's just try let's write some tests for this method. Is safe with problem dampener. Oh, that passed. Maybe okay. So let's try these other ones. When safe without one level. Let's try this one. Copy. Maybe I just way overthinking this, but in my, in my mind, it's really fucking with my head. I'm gonna go watch somebody else's solution, and it's gonna be a recursive, nice, elegant function um, that walks the list. Which now that I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking like since the window is sliding, it's like that works. It's like this. It's like this and this don't work. Do this and this work? Yes. Okay. We've removed one level. Now move this here, move this here. Do this and this work? Great. Maybe I thought about this long enough, but it actually does make sense. I just don't think I expressed it in the most elegant way. If that makes sense. Safe, out, over any levels. Painful first day though. Hmm? Or second day, I guess I should say. Painful second day. Safe without removing any levels. This is kind of addictive though to me, this type of stuff. Like I won't be able to go to bed until I have this figured out. It's kind of addictive that way. I'm a little shocked it works. But I guess I kind of sat there and talked about it long enough that it sort of needs to work, right? Like, I mean, I wasted so much time. Okay, now for the actual test. The actual test is on the actual input. So let's go back to our program here. And so the only thing we're going to different here um, is just the method we call to determine what is safe or not. So actually factor that out to be just be like this. Part two. Otherwise this. Let's say that. Yes. I still get a kick out of that name with problem dampener. Okay, let's see if this blows up. Let's give it the same input. I'll send that second argument through. I mean, 3 hours of work, hopefully. Yeah. We walked off the end of the. This is why I didn't want to. This is why I didn't want to do it this way. The best thing to do in these situations is to debug. Don't want to overwrite them. This. I just want to. Just copy to. Red nose what? Red nose reports. Reports. Should be two. Should be two. Yes, sir. Oh, I didn't passport too. Dang it. Oh, well, yeah, it doesn't exist. Did I change the wrong number? Oh, didn't give it the right DLL. Okay, let's try again. One, two. Provided file does not exist. Oh, what a pain this is to debug. I mean, I could put a bunch of console write lines in there and just do that, but that's painful. Better to get this actually working. Okay. So it was I don't actually probably need to ask for the input, but whatever. I'm gonna leave it there. Basically just want to get to the place where it throws the exception in my code and just inspect what does the report look like that's generating that index that where I go out of range, the index out of range exception, and then build a test around it. This is it. This is it. I think right here. So it's increasing, right? And we just want to get these levels 19, 21, 24, 27, 24. So this is probably where we're going out of bounds. Um, There's something about 19, 21, 24, 27, 24. It's probably is the only one. but we can build a test around it, you know? So I think this is a yes one. Or basically we get to the end. I think this one should work though. 19, 21, 24, 27. Those should all work if I remove the last level. Or 3, or See, I knew the edge cases that would get me were when the problematic number was at um, was at one of the extremes, either at the beginning or the end. And I'm actually just going to, for now, I'm just going to set this out. In case, no, just isolate it. I was having I was having trouble debugging this last night. Let's see if it works this time. It would just sit here and spin. It would never actually attach the debugger. And it looks like it's doing it again. Hmm. It's a logging issue about that. This is most definitely the problem case though. So, if I can't debug it that way, that's fine. What I'll do is get my input here. I wonder how far down in the list this occurs. Oh, it's like it's the first case. I wonder if they did that purposely. what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna delete all these other cases. And then I'm gonna debug this. Basically it gets here and index is 4. Next index is 4. Yeah, so I think I was just off by 1. I think I was just off by 1. I still think it's wrong though. But I think run this and it won't blow up, but I think it's gonna miss that edge case. It's just too low. Because so if let's remove to 0, I basically need else's, right? Like I basically need to handle the cases where at the beginning or at the end. So else if current index is 0, right? That means we're at the beginning. Um, we should actually do this instead. So current index is 0. We should do one thing. Something else, do another. Basically, we go the other way. I think basically want to do next is we basically want to treat next as current, and then do underscore levels. That's one. And then same here. It's like if we're at the end of the list, we should say straws at this point, because there's definitely an easier way to do this. So this looks fine as long as we're not at the end. If we are at the end, then Oh man, this is tough. This is a tough one. 447, so it went up. I think it's a good sign. Still too low. There's just too much pointer stuff. What do I mean by pointer? There's just too much keeping track of off one plus one for this to be good. So we're gonna start over. This needs to be solved. It needs to be solved in a recursive manner. Um, but I know 447 is too low. No, 417 and 447 is too low. Um, What we need to do is we need to call something like return check if safe. We start here, start with direction dot unknown, and we start with 0 levels removed. Then we need to do something like here, we need to call check if safe, and we need to do alright, +1, next, +1, new direction, and let's make that. Kind of lost. You finished day 3? Oh man, dude, you're a rock star. You're a rock star. Well, I've been stuck on this for the last 45 minutes. Um, yeah, I'm just not sure. I know I need to do this. I know I need to do this recursively. Or I feel like I need to do it recursively. Well, that's all that counts, you know? If it works, it works. I mean, that's all that. That's a win is a win, you know? A win is a win. Win is a win. But I can't quite figure out part 2. Part 2 has got me a little confused. I don't think I need to do the direction that way. I think I can just do like increasing, decreasing. Hmm. Yeah, part 2 has me twisted up. Maybe it doesn't have to be recursive. Is it really that simple? Have I made this way too difficult? If I just remove the current and just check again, does that work? Like basically, let's do a little bit of refactoring here. Because I think my direction thing has kind of screwed me up a little, honestly. Oh, good point. It doesn't have to be recursive. I think what I'm going to try to do, if I feel like I'm overcomplicating the problem. So this one for now is just going to return true. And then I want to refactor this for a moment. And I want to say, I need some way of knowing what it was before. I do need that. I do need the direction. I'm right about that. That's not going to work otherwise. I think, though, what I can do. I don't think I need to go through the loop once to figure this out. I think I can just do levels 1 is greater than levels 0. Because I think pretty much it's guaranteed there's going to be at least 2. What does this mean? This becomes fraction dot increasing, fraction dot decreasing. I don't need this. I think with that small change, my tests should all still pass. Yeah. Which means then I can pull this. Which I think I can pull this into. I feel like I've gone in a full circle on this. If I do solve it, I'll be super ecstatic though. Oh, oops, I gotta actually. Didn't know what this is doing, but I feel like there could be a method to this madness. Basically the same thing. I think I need to pass that. I think I need to pass that because I'm always gonna do that first check here, so I'll know if the first and last number are equal. It's not gonna make a difference. Okay. So then I'm kind of gonna do the same thing, only if it's false, I'm not confident this is gonna work. It's promising. What happened there? What's this thing debug? Just spins. Spins. I don't know why. Billion. I mean, I think this one tonight at least. Test hangs when in debug. Here we go. Someone else has already had that problem. Hey, okay. So if I wanted to debug this, I'd have to switch over to Visual Studio. Or switch all my tests to XUnit, which I don't really want to do at this point. Uh, no, it looks like it does support it, but it looks like it's a bug with VS Code. Was that issue they opened up? Um, okay, so let's just take so we can debug this. But it's going to be a problem for me. I think I'm going to have to switch over to XUnit because not being able to debug things is going to be painful, or at least debug things through the tests. These are the cases that are failing for me at the moment. Okay, I've set a breakpoint in here. One of those is getting hit. The failing test is checking to see if um basically it's unsafe regardless of whatever you do. No matter regardless of any levels you remove, it's always unsafe is what's failing at the moment. So I'm just going to isolate those and try to debug them and see what I've done to myself. Nine, 7, 6, 2, 1. Oh, is my test just wrong? Five or 7 to 5. Yeah, that's too big of a decrease. Two, 7, 8, 9. Return false. Yeah, I have some logic backwards somewhere. Moment. It's false. Oh, I probably need a base case here, don't I? Like, it's false. Yeah, let me run that again, because I think I see where I'm going wrong. Yeah, I think I see where I'm going wrong. I think I need to deal with this separately. Like, if it's safe, then break out of the loop. Does that make sense? If it's safe, then we can break out of the loop. Otherwise, does that make sense? We check it. First thing we do is we check if it's safe. But I'm checking if it's safe. I'm just checking those two elements. Oh, okay. So if it's safe, keep going. Well, that's all. That's all. That's what we're. That was what I was already doing. Because if it's safe, I just keep looping. Motherfucker. This one has me so twisted up. Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's exactly it. But I would think it would exhaust itself. Oh, I guess since I'm removing a level, I should probably say something like if level is less than, no. Or I guess I just have I guess I could have like a Boolean. Well, mm, like if it's, well, then we already did the check, or we've already attempted to remove it. Well, that's not going to work though because we're not re-entering. That's not going to work. I can give a hint to what I think the bug is, not whether this is a good solution. Yeah, I feel like that's the I feel like that's my problem is I don't have a like a basically kind of like a you've attempted to do the removal and it still is failing. I definitely don't feel good about the solution. About the solution. I'm reaching at this point. I'm reaching. Just gonna put it here. Ooh, remove. Yeah, I believe the bug is that it can, when you call it with one item removed, that call can remove another item, and every down the stack also can. So every list will either pass or exhaust the list before it passed, and then pass because. So yeah, that's probably why I'm getting positives on these tests. Probably then, huh? Yeah, that's why. Damn. Yeah. So that doesn't work. I might have to take a break and think on this one. I'm running out of gas. I am running out of gas. I thought by doing this copy and then just passing it in, but I think that's too blunt because I need to be able to, it's too blunt of a solution, I feel like. Hmm. Yeah, I'm stuck. I'm stuck on part two. I did get part one though, so that's, I mean, yes. I've run out of ideas at the moment. Yeah, I was really hoping I really felt confident I was going to be able to get part two, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Almost feel like maybe I'd be have more luck by going back to the way I was doing it before. Um, so it fails here, right? So then the thing I want to check is, okay, well, what if I took out the current? What would happen? Right? I mean, that's looking at the puzzle I'm putting in. Uh, where are we? Um, there. Yeah, so basically, if I'm basically like in this test case, right? I reach this point where like 1 and 3 are going to be safe. So we're going to move on to 3 and 2. And so then I basically say, okay, at this point, what I want to do is I want to try yeah, yeah, I definitely think that's yeah, I agree with that. I think basically at this point, right, I need to check if I need to check if current -1 works. And then I need to also check if current -1 would put me here and there. Uh, bar current equals this guy. This guy. maybe it needs to be like if levels copy this. So we say levels copy dot remove, but not remove that one, remove that current. Right? And then we say our safe out. Right? But I don't think I want to do, I don't think I want to call into here again. Let's check if it's safe. But I don't think that's gonna, I think the indexes are gonna get screwed up. Like, I feel like this is what I was doing earlier. whoops, not remove that. Remove that I. Remove that. Right, +1. God, dude, tomorrow's gonna be rough. Sorry, 2:30. Oh, okay. Well, that's. I think that makes sense what I did there, right? So the first thing I do is I check if it's safe with the current and the next. If it isn't, then I check to see if it's safe without the current. And if it isn't safe without the current, or if it is safe. Now I need to try it on my actual puzzle input. I need to change it. I need to just be index I. It's going to be F2 index. Our next x equals current index +1. Yeah, let's try this on the. Let's try it. Part 2. It's got to be higher than. There are no. Oh, is that because? Oh yeah. Oh, I did something really wrong there. Okay, try again. It's got to be higher than 447. Still too low. That's a good point. So what was my part 1 answer? 407. So there are some that I'm missing. And why would I be missing them? That's the question. Because now all my tests are passing. is fantastic. But there's some case that I'm not accounting for in here. This is normally when I have to start going like line by line through the puzzle input. To figure out what case I'm not accounting for. Oh, interesting. Nice. I wonder, should I just be returning true here? Yeah, I don't think I need to. I don't think I need to keep looping. Because this down here looped, did all the looping for me. Okay, that went from 449 to 458. Oops. Ah, damn it. I think I'm headed in the right direction. I mean, my numbers are going up. Hmm. Well, at the very least, I can say it had um, solved a part one. What is it? Definitely don't like my solution, but I don't think I have any other ideas at the moment. It's higher. The number is higher than 458. I think I have one of these. So this is an example where I think this is false. That's three, that's three, it's two, it's one, that's three, then it goes up by five. This one, that's where I got to last year with some of these, where I just kind of had to, I just had to pick it apart. There's just no other way for me to get to the bottom of it. Yeah, that works. Another one that's like that. Here's one. I wonder what this one does. This one should work. Should be able to get rid of the first six. And this one should work. Works, okay. This is another interesting one. So this one should work if I remove the final number. If I remove 33, this should work. Okay. So that's the case I'm not dealing with. 13, 15, 18, 23, 26, 33. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. So that's a legit failure. Okay. Which I'm fairly confident. I think I'm maybe I'm being overly aggressive. Probably need to refactor this to make this more to actually comb through this. I probably need to go about this in a more efficient way than just trying to cherry pick. Probably what I need to do is I need to rewrite the console or rewrite the program so that it takes the input, it does the part one solve on it, outputs that, then also does the part two solve on it, output that, and then look at the set of cases that are both returning false um, in both of those cases, and then hone in on those. Um, so let's do that. Cancel. Otherwise, there's just too many cases here to go through. Make sure I have the right input. Do I have the right input? Okay. I have 1,000 lines, so I'm not missing anything. Okay. So we are gonna say ports select our get debug output and return a string, and it's gonna have levels dot join up string joining sky, and we're just gonna print it out. Save and is safe. And then in my program.cs, after I run it, I'm just gonna say like write file dot write all lines of sync. Oh, it needs a path too. But dot txt. Oh, I guess it's I could also narrow this down too and say where r dot is safe, it's false, and r dot is false. Because those are the ones I care about. This is a tough one. Day 2 is putting me through the ring already. It's gonna be a long advent of code. Does this load? Do I need to? I think I have to flush this or something. Right, all lines. No, it wrote it to the root. That's why. Um, and that fine app and context base directory. There we go. How many are there? Oh man, there's a lot. There's over half. Jesus. This is no fun. That one should be false. 30, that's 1, that's 2. If I remove that one, it works, but then it breaks over here. Three. That's 4. 3, 1, 1, 2, 4. 30, 4. What if it's something with direction? This one should work if we remove 28. Right? No, that's 4. 83, 85, 91, 92. 85 to 91 is 6. So 458 was my last guess. Damn it. Sorry, man. Wonder. See if can we doctor this up a little bit? Uh, like say, is there anything we can do to make that output more intuitive to read? Oh yeah, that should work, shouldn't it? Yeah. Um, what's unique about this? Hmm. Increasing. Um, Guys, man, that's crazy. Um, yeah. So okay, so this should fail. Oh, what have I done? Somehow I've locked my. Let's try again. You already spotted. You already know the issue, huh? Damn. Gosh dang it. Fucking. Okay. So we'll close that. Save that. Somehow I locked myself up. Oh, goodness. Day 2 is whooping my ass. Day 2 part 2. Alright. Here's our problem child. Yeah, I would expect this line to hit, it's true. Yep, there we go. Okay, you said that was line 20 in the output file. Oh, I should have got more coffee earlier. It's too late now. What? 1921. Where's that come from? Is this the wrong input? Oh, shoot. What's the input that's in the bin? Or in the build, not the input that I'm debugging against. Well, that would help. Okay. Try that again. Okay, interesting. Current is 43. That's oh, because it's decreasing. Mm, Then when it gets here, it's gonna fail because it's starting to increase again. Yeah. Yeah, that's that's a tricky one. Um, so basically at this point it's gonna fail. Even if it, and then it's gonna try to remove the current, and it's gonna try to remove the, yeah, yeah, okay, okay. So let me think on this one for a second. So for any case except a direction change in the second pair, replacing the pair with the failure, where replacing one of the pair where the failure happens will fix it. It's fixable. For any case except a direction change. Hmm. Need to think about this for a second. For any case It's tricky because I don't know that there's a direction change until I'm on the second pair. Shit. God, I'm so fucking close. I'm so close. I don't have context about the direction changing. At least not the way I'm currently doing it. I mean, I guess I could explicitly check for that. Like, I could just like, have an explicit case where it's like, for any case. Hmm. I'm blocked again. Because basically, when it's 43-41, when it's 43-41, this passes. This check passes. So do I need to do like a direction? Do I need to check the direction higher up? Or I guess I could say if it is a direction change, I can do something about that. So that passes. This fails because of a direction change. And at which point, if it fails because of a direction change, it's after the first, or on the second pair, then I basically need to try to drop this. Interesting. I'm going to move this out to a property. String. I can't believe you did this in Rossville. I'm so impressive. Add an additional test to see if yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You can try that. I think you're right though. I think that's what's happening. Um yeah, this one up here will pass and this one down here will fail. Yeah. And it's for that. It's for that reason. So 5 passes. So we just need to deal with that direct, which I think is possible. So I'm just gonna have a private read-only string here. I'm gonna add a method that checks for a direction change. So direction changed. And it's basically going to be this underscore direction. It's just going to be this. So if the direction is increasing and next greater than current is false, then direction has changed. And is true. And then I can just say if check this again. Yep, okay. I think I'm just gonna pull this out. I'm gonna do if, and then up here I'm gonna say if check if what's this If it's greater than 3 or less than 1, then it has exceeded the limit. So if it has exceeded the limit, or has actually I think this better named has changed direction and fall. What do I want to do with this new information here? Yeah, I think it's like, I think I want to do either of these things. If it has exceeded limits, or has changed direction. Did I break everything? I feel like I broke everything. I feel like I had an idea in my mind. It's because my input, I think, is not right. Not being able to debug tests is a real pain in the butt. Okay. So I think, like you said, so then, like you said, I just add a very specific check here. That's basically doing this very thing. And then the specific check in here would be if direction changed and current index is 1, right? Because that's the second pair. Then we want to levels out first. Levels out first element dot remove at 0. Excuse me. Okay. That is such an edge case. Okay, so I don't know if I would have. I kind of owe you for that one, man. I don't know if I would have. It would have taken me a lot longer. It would have taken me a lot longer to find whatever was that edge case. 459. So was that the one I was missing? Because I said I was off by one. Holy shit! That was off by one single case. That one edge case. I almost about gave up on this one several times in the last hour and a half. Um, okay, so let me just for my own sanity. You know what? Actually, I don't need this in a private field anymore. Because it's all just encapsulated down here. Yeah, that's pretty awesome, man. Thank you, Eldon. Oh, you won. I really appreciate your help. Very helpful. Okay. Yeah, yeah, do it. I'm gonna add some. I gotta add some comments here, right? So this is safe is pretty understandable. It's this it's this shit that isn't, right? So um problem dampener permits us to try to make levels work after moving. So when we encounter the violation as a direction of levels change or levels change so much they exceed the limits. We are going to attempt to see if the levels will work if we remove current or remove the next element. Or it will work if we remove one of the current level, one of one of the levels in there. The check out if we won't work with all levels or and this specific case where direction changes on second pair levels after the first pair is a valid about is valid. I.e. this guy. In this case, we should levels work by element we can essentially reset the valid direction, which is essentially what we're doing. Man, that was a tough one. Okay. Um, yeah, Eldon, thanks for stopping in. Thanks for helping me, man. I think that's gonna do it for my advent of code for the second day, which carried into the third day. So I'll need to get set up to do day three this evening, I guess. So um, I'll be back. But yeah, that was a tough one. That was a lot more difficult day two than I was expecting. Um, so yeah, 6 hours in, we got it done. Um, all right, I'll see you guys later tonight or in the next one.